Hello everyone, my name is Martin Brown. I'm part of the GNU Radio leadership team, and in this video I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the organizational updates that will be coming for the GNU Radio project. Now when we talk about the GNU Radio project, we mean many different things depending on context. In some cases we talk about the source code itself, but in most cases we talk about just the overall, the summary of all the things that make up GNU Radio. That is your GRCon and the community and the mailing list and whatever. For that, we have a GNU Radio organization, which has a leadership, and there will be some changes in this. Now, for many of you, this might not be relevant, but it is something that we want to be very clear about. So we want to talk about the changes that are coming, so there's no lack of transparency, there's no surprises. And also for those people who want to know who is the right person I can talk to when it comes to just general questions on GNU Radio, like who is the representative, like this might be interesting. All right, let's head right into it. So here are the main things I want to talk about today. First of all, I'm going to quickly recap how GNU Radio is currently structured, like the actual structure of the organization as of today. I want to talk about why we're changing that, because changes are always disruptive in some way, and I want to motivate why they are important. Also, most importantly, what's the future structure? What's the future organization actually going to look like? And finally, when are we going to implement all of this? Okay, so like most open source projects, GNU Radio started off with a benevolent dictator model. So Eric Blossom basically founded the project, and he was the decider on pretty much anything. At the beginning, it was also just the code and the mailing list, really. So there was a matter of what got merged, and that was pretty much it. But GNU Radio has evolved a lot. We've had two major leadership changes since Eric Blossom started. First, Tom Rondo took over from Eric, and then Ben took over from Tom. And as we're going to learn later, Ben is also going to be passing on the baton this year as well. So there's going to be another leadership change. And every time we had a leadership change, there was also some kind of evolution of the project. For example, when Tom was the leader, we established GRCon, and we had a lot of focus on growing the community. We had more formal roles outside of the principal leader, like the number one, the benevolent dictator, established, and Ben did a lot of work in that area. We now have a separate maintainer from the leadership, which was also not the case when Tom or Eric was the leader, and so on and so on. There was always a lot of changes. And we are going to continue that trend in the future. All right. So this is what GNU Radio looks like today from an organizational aspect. So Ben Hilburn, I already mentioned him before, is currently the president of GNU Radio. And there's a bunch of people who are the officers of GNU Radio. And those two groups, like the president and then the officers, they make up the leadership. But then there's like plenty of other people involved in GNU Radio, like all the contributors, like the people who spend like insane amounts of work making GRCon happen, for example. Like, what about those? How do they fit in? So I drew those arrows between these bubbles, but what do they really mean? Like what is the relationship between the president and the officers, for example? And of course, like what is the relationship between the community and the officers? Like we don't really know these things. So you can see where I'm already alluding to why we actually have to make some changes here. So this is what our structure currently looks like. So these are the leadership in alphabetical order by first name. I added some areas of activity, mostly as an anchor. This is not really representative exactly of what people are doing. For example, Derek is our contact for the GRCon team, but he's not the GRCon chair. And obviously Ben plays an important role here, being the president, and so on and so on. So let's talk about this. Why is Ben the president? Well, because Tom said he shall be the next person to run the project. And then Ben appointed a bunch of officers. So if we continue this, if we were not going to change anything, the person who would be the president after Ben should be someone that Ben appoints. So we would have a succession, almost like a a monarchy, something like that. Officers are added and removed at the benevolent dictator's behest. So there's no process for becoming an officer. Really, Ben just decided these are the right people. I think these are all good choices. But it's very arbitrary. So when we've added people in the past, it was usually someone doing great work, and then someone from the offices said, "Hey, how about we add this guy?" And then it got decided, and that was that. So works, but I think there's room for improvement. So we don't have any kind of decision made at all for what happens if the president just leaves. Like, what if he's gone? And also, what about the officers? Like, do they get a say in change? Like, what if the officers don't like what the president is doing, which is luckily not the case right now, but what if? And we talked about the code of conduct a lot, but like it's not represented in this organization. That's also a problem. Like, what if one of these officers, for example, violates the code of conduct? Like, what happens then? Like, who is in charge of taking care of that? We just don't have any of that figured out. So all of these reasons lead into why we need a change. So I'm painting this in pretty dark colors. In fact, the current leadership has been very, very effective. Like, we've gotten very far. The project has grown a lot. We've been pretty successful. But we don't think this is the way to go for like a long time, a decade-long future of GNU Radio. And so we need to be more sustainable. And this is going to be more and more important because as we're partnering up with other groups, these could be universities or government entities, industry, other organizations, or like most recently the SETI Institute, we have to prove that we are reliable, we are organized, and we have like a proper organization. So also, the leadership is becoming more and more, I don't want to say difficult, it's always been difficult, but like the amount of things that the leadership has to take care of is increasing. So for example, as part of the SETI Institute, we have now a way to, like a good way to earn money. We've always had a way to earn money. But for example, we can take care of grants. And we have actually, we actually do have a little bit of money at this point in time, which we mostly use for things like travel stipends, etc. So like someone needs to be responsible for that. But what's most annoying about all of this, there's no transparency. Like, it's unclear to people outside or even people inside the officer list, like how changes are made. So we would like to write that down. Okay, so I will present like the proposed structure, but we have not actually approved and decided upon the structure yet. So it's entirely possible that this might change. I don't think it'll change in a major fashion, but I'm just take all of the following slides as a solid suggestion about what we're actually going to do. So the biggest and most important body of the future organization, that is the GNU Radio organization, is going to be the General Assembly. And the General Assembly, the members of the General Assembly, those are the leadership of GNU Radio. So in a succession terms, the General Assembly holds the same role as the officers do currently. And as a matter of fact, we've decided when we inaugurate the new organization, just to have some kind of continuity, we will have the officers become the first General Assembly, just so there's the least amount of surprise and arbitrariness involved, even though there was a certain amount of arbitrariness in how we got to the current state. The General Assembly is, like I said, the most important body of the new GNU Radio organization. It makes all major decisions, but typically those decisions will be strategic. So it'll not be deciding day-to-day stuff. Like, for example, will pull request number 3924 be merged? And that was just a random number, by the way. I just made that up. I don't want to call out a specific pull request. What's important is that only natural persons can be members of the General Assembly. That's something we want to write down straight away, which means a company, for example, could not be a member of the General Assembly. I'll talk about that a little bit later. So the biggest change, and I think the most important one, is how the General Assembly is comprised. So like I said, we're going to bootstrap it with the current officer list. However, we intend to grow the General Assembly. And there will be a transparent, a clear process for how to do that. Now, you don't have to be a member of the General Assembly. In fact, we will try and grow it slowly just for stability reasons. There's plenty of things that people can do and hopefully will do in the GNU Radio project, it does not require being a member of the General Assembly, because being a member of the General Assembly comes with a certain amount of time commitment. So members are expected to have some amount of time for the project, similar to, you know, really any kind of organization, or even clubs are often organized that way. However, if, you know, there's someone in the greater community that, you know, has either said that they want to become a member, or maybe it's the other way around, where the General Assembly like asks someone, hey, you're doing a lot of great work, you want to become a member of the General Assembly, we will now have a process for that. It'll include a vote. So the General Assembly decides who joins their ranks. But it's going to be, like I said, like the rules of the process will be transparent. Now, I mentioned that the day-to-day decisions will not be handled by the General Assembly. Instead, those will be done by the board. The board is what's going to be replacing the current role of the president or the benevolent dictator. The future board will not be a single person like the president, but will be a triplet, a triumvirate, whatever you want to call it. So there will still be a president who is also on the board, and then there will be two proxies. Maybe we'll come up with better names like vice president or treasurer or something like that. But the idea is there'll be three people who are, you know, basically running the project, if you like. And these three board members have to come out of the General Assembly, and the General Assembly elects these people. And there will be a term limit for boards. So if you're elected to the board now, that means your term will expire in 2 years, and everyone knows that. That's not going to be a surprise. So if you know someone on the board and you know that their term is up in 6 months, for example, you say, well, are you intending on running for, you know, board? And that way we can always, you know, provide good input to what it is that people provide good input to the question who's actually running the project now and also in the future. The board will be doing most of the day-to-day decisions, like I said earlier, including authority over our finances. Hopefully, you know, we will have you know, plenty of money that they can actually have the authority over, but that also comes with a responsibility. And this responsibility is something that they carry back to the General Assembly. So the General Assembly also watches over, is the board doing their job well? And, you know, in extreme cases can also remove a board again. So the board can't really do something against the will of the General Assembly, but the will of the General Assembly is supposed to be on a more strategic level. So for example, General Assembly could say, please spend money towards more educational purposes for, let's say, high school and college level students. And then the board, you know, can actually talk to high schools and colleges and come up with ways to actually spend that money, for example. The code of conduct is something I mentioned earlier. It's something we started introducing a long time ago, like even at the early GRCons, but it really sort of came into place. I can't remember exactly when, a few years ago. And something that has been brought up is that we have the code of conduct, but we have no clear way of enforcing it. So what happens when a code of conduct violation actually happens is unclear. For that purpose, we will have a code of conduct team, which to avoid conflict of interest is separate from the board. Because of that, trying to avoid the conflict of interest, that also means that the code of conduct team can you know, be mostly advisory. To be honest, we still have to figure out the exact details of this relationship. Like the code of conduct team might not be elected, and then it would be wrong to give them you know, powers that should be with the board. On the other hand, they are watching over a very important thing, that is the code of conduct. So we'll have to see how that plays out. Which, you know, footnote, like this is all not complete. We are definitely still in an early phase, but we think that the structure is good enough to, you know, run by itself and then be improved in the future. So speaking of which, we are definitely planning on making changes. For example, one thing that we could consider is like adding such a thing as a supporting member. Now, a supporting member would not have a vote on the General Assembly, but could provide input or support. And that support could also be financial. So for example, if a sponsor would like to say, yeah, we want to be more involved in GNU Radio, in a support role, and we could also see us, I don't know, paying for things like in-kind donations or direct cash donations, something like that. They could be they could become a supporting member. But this is like, the box is great to indicate that we don't really have that in our statute yet, or in our articles of association. What we're definitely not planning to do is have a sort of 501c6 style organization like the Linux Foundation, where the members are actually companies and they themselves decide how the future of the project is. So the General Assembly, consisting of natural persons, will remain the sole body to actually make decisions. So you've all heard the good news that the GNU Radio and SETI Institute are partnering up. The SETI Institute obviously is a bit bigger than the GNU Radio organization, so we're sort of embedded in there somewhere. And the board plays an important role as being the primary contact to the SETI Institute. So within the board, hopefully, that's sort of the plan at least, there shall be a principal investigator. The principal investigator is the person who is in charge of, I don't know, like overseeing research projects or grants, for example. So right now, Derek Kozel is our principal investigator. We had to appoint someone, not that that was a bad choice, I think it's a great choice, but we had to appoint someone absent the existence of a board so that we could actually get the collaboration going. So Derek Kozel is not on the board because we have not elected one yet, but he is the principal investigator, and he is also an officer. So the SETI Institute, keep in mind, is an extremely important partner. We're very happy to be partnered with the SETI Institute for many reasons, but it now gives us the ability, which we didn't really have in that way in the past, to run funded programs. These might be government-funded programs, for example. Might be an NSF program or a Deutsche Forschungsgesellschaft or something like that. Educational grants, whatever. The SETI Institute is really good at doing these kind of things, and they can help us with like administering, handling the finances and stuff like that, which we really don't, have any manpower or expertise in doing. So the PI is in charge of overseeing that. However, I would like to stress the fact that you do not have to be on the General Assembly to become involved in this. So if someone in the community thinks it would be great to, run a certain program, like approach us, please. And then we can use the PI to work with the SETI Institute to get these things rolling. All right. Where are we right now? So, like I said earlier, transparency is very important for us. So what we are going to do is we're going to write what I just had as a block diagram or as an organizational chart down as our articles of association. We already have a draft, which basically, contains all the things that I just presented, and they will be published eventually, and they will become the rule book for how to run our organization. So everyone can actually read up how we make our decisions, whether or not you're on the General Assembly. So this is not a secret document. We can change the articles of association by majority votes, and changes to the articles of association, as well as like the decision that went along with that, any major decision that the General Assembly makes in general will all be published on Git or GitHub. So you can, follow the tracks. We'll probably also use the mailing list and Twitter and whatnot to keep people updated. But the idea behind that was that we can come up with a skeleton for the articles of association right now, which will be sufficient to run the project. But we will not lock ourselves down by, I mentioned earlier, we want to maybe add supporting members, like that's not in the AOA. We might want to add it in the future, so we have a process on how to change that. Quick footnote, writing an AOA or an articles of association document is, there's a lot of language in there. So we actually borrowed a lot of the content from KDE and many other organizations such as FSFE. FSFE is the Free Software Foundation Europe, which is a completely different organization than the FSF, the Free Software Foundation that is based in the United States. They're more organized like an organization, like a democratic organization, and they have some really good rules. I'd like to thank all of those for putting their documents online so we could use them. Okay, so what happens now? Soon after GRCon, and it's a shame that we weren't able to do this before GRCon, the current officers will meet in an official capacity, and then we'll vote on the AOA. if they get approved by all of them, we are now an organization, and then we will elect a board from the newly formed General Assembly. And when that happens, we will have a new organization in place, and now we can add members to the General Assembly. We can make decisions on, I don't know, changes to the AOA, which was probably a bit early. We don't have any. We will probably have other things that we want to do first, and so on. However, we can't just do them willy-nilly anymore, because now we have the AOA written down, which dictates how we can make these changes. And that's, I think, the most important and powerful change here. That's like the missing transparency that we always needed. I don't know if we always needed it, because like I said earlier, we've gotten really far with our current structure, but I think we will be needing it going forward. Okay, that is my organizational update. If you think it's a bit thin right now, then I apologize, because we don't have the final document yet. There's actually not a lot, or really anything, that I've left out, other than who will become the board and what exactly will be like the precise language of the AOA, because those things, like I said, aren't finalized. And as soon as we have them, we will obviously update everyone and let you know what came out of it. So this is an entire process designed to keep everyone in the loop and to make sure everyone knows what's coming and also when it's coming. So maybe around GRCon we will have our elections, which means if there's a leadership change in the future, we'll be able to announce it immediately at GRCon. But you'll also read about it on the mailing list and in the same GitHub repository that'll store the articles of association and General Assembly decisions and so on and so on. Okay, I hope there'll be a lively discussion in chat. Obviously, as I'm recording this, I won't know, but yeah, I really appreciate questions, and especially questions around how people can be involved. And I would like to thank everyone for listening in and tuning in and being members of the greater organization. Thank you very much, and bye-bye. Hey, everyone. For as long as I can remember, as long as I've been part of the GNU Radio community at least, people have been asking, how can we equate what my SDR is doing to an absolute power level? Like, how can I know what power I'm transmitting at? Or if I'm receiving a signal, how strong is it based on my SDR measurements? And also, going back to use RP1, people have actually been doing that. So it's definitely possible. But whenever people ask this on the mailing list or elsewhere, like questions are sometimes evasive or vague. So today I want to sort of remove the shroud of how that actually works, how absolute power equates to what's happening inside an SDR. So to start off, I'm going to head over to my pad here to go over some fundamentals. So let's assume I have some white box which is producing a current, goes through a resistor, meaning I have a voltage here. And this is going to be my model for my software-defined radio or whatever. This is just going to be a model for now. I'm going back to early physics lessons. We know that the power is equal to the voltage times the current. If we have a time-dependent current and voltage, then the instantaneous power is also equal to the product of the current, the instantaneous voltage and current. We can actually remove the current in this simple case by using Ohm's law. So V squared of T over R is also a valid way to express my power. This is not yet exactly what we need. What we really need is an average power. That's what we're dealing with. P equals, and then we're going to integrate as a means of averaging from 2 points in time, T1 to T2. Let's see, T2 is in the future. So 1 over T2 minus T1 will be our averaging coefficient. And then simply put in our signal here again, V squared of T over R dt. This is a really, really important equation. I'm going to mark it in color, just because we will be needing that later. Equation number 1. And to make this a little bit more, to illustrate it better, let's say V, as an example, equals sine wave. V of t equals sine 2 pi ft. So sine wave goes 1/2. Now, physics teacher might say 1/2 watt, and the answer is also 1/2 watt because R is 1 ohm, so 1 over 1 ohm. And then the unit of this here is volt squared, so we have volt squared equals volt squared over ohms equals watts, so we have 1/2 watt. So in this case, we would have 1/2 watt of power. Now, there's something else I need to introduce real quick, and that's decibels. And for that, I'm just going to pick something that is completely unrelated to RF. Let's say we have 2 bottles of beer. And now in the process of finishing this talk, I will have to drink one of those just to get through my talk. So left with 1 bottle of beer. This guy, what does this have to do with logarithms or decibels? Well, decibels are simply a way of expressing a ratio. So I'm just going to use some different paper here. So let's say my baseline reference value is 2 bottles of beer. I'm left with 1 bottle of beer after drinking one. So I have a ratio of 1/2 because the unit cancels out. I can also express this logarithmically in decibels by taking logarithm of base 10, multiply that by 10, and this equals -3. So log 10 of 1/2 is 0.3 approximately. Multiplied by 10 is approximately -3 dB. So I've reduced my beer by -3 dB, and this is important. I used beers because I wanted to clarify that this is nothing related to power or anything like that. This is just a ratio. Reducing anything by 3 dB just means halving. However, we like to use these logarithmic units also when we're talking about RF power. So how does that work? Quite simply, let's see what happens if I try and calculate the dB value of that. So 10 times log 10 of 1/2 watt equals what?
Now I can't really calculate this because I can't take the logarithm of watts, but what I can do is I can say, well, I'm going to calculate a ratio where my reference value is 1 watt. So cancel out watts, leaves us again at minus 3 dB. But because I snuck in this watt to actually make the math possible, I have to add it here again just to make sure I knew what I talked about. So minus 3 dB watts is the same as 1/2 watt, except in a logarithmic fashion. I'm going to need these logarithmic units later on, which is why I'm introducing them here. Only one last thing, dB watt is not actually a common unit we use in RF. What we prefer is a reference value of 1 milliwatt. So we have 1/2 times 1,000 milliwatts. Milliwatts cancel out. We have 1/2. So the nice thing about logarithms is the product becomes a sum. So I can sum up the logarithm of 1/2 is minus 3 dB. 1,000 is 30 dB equals minus 27 dB milliwatt. So I'm going to start writing my milliwatt, but then I'm just going to stop after the m just because that's the convention. dBm is the logarithmic representation of power as referenced by 1 milliwatt. Okay, so that's that. Now, let's say this white box is actually a digital to analog converter. And what's feeding it is some kind of software. So this would be our SDR software, probably, or hopefully GNU Radio. Feeds into the DA converter, some bus, it doesn't matter what. In software, we can also have a sine wave. Totally, no one says we can't have a sine wave in software. In fact, we do that all the time. However, let's see what happens if I put that in my axis. So my t-axis is going to be valid in software because there's no reason I can't represent time. So this is okay, I can put a t here. But what do I put on the y-axis? Not quite clear. It can't be volts because we don't have volts in software. We don't even have this resistor in software. So it's going to complicate things further. The best we can do for now is we can just say, well, this is +1, this is -1. These are just numbers. And so my unit is unitless, basically. The other thing that's important in software is we don't have an analog quantity here. Rather, we are sampling this. So the sine wave I drew is fake, does not exist in software. What we do have are these sample values that I'm trying to draw equidistantly, unsuccessfully. 4 of them. So these 8 numbers here represent my sine wave. If I want to calculate the power of that, then I'm going to copy this equation because it's still useful, except I'm going to have to modify it. First of all, my integral becomes a sum. My signal, I'm going to call it x of k times ts, where ts is the time difference between 2 samples equals 1 over the sampling frequency. Usually, we don't really write it out. So x of k, I'm using square brackets to indicate integer indices, and I'm calling it x instead of v to indicate that this is not actually a voltage. So x module squared of k divided by what? Well, this is going to be a number of points. Let's say we're going to integrate over n points with, n times ts equals t. So we say k goes from 0 to n minus 1, and then the average. So average of the square, that's going to be my equation for power on the digital side. So we have power on the left side, we have power on the right side. Obviously, what we're going to try and do is put them together. One little thing about these units here. So we have dBm, which is, effectively something milliwatt on the analog side. We have an equivalent thing on the digital side as well. So if I put my sine wave in here, example, so let's say xk equals sine of 2 pi k over n, then p equals 1/2, same as here, except I don't have a unit because I didn't have a unit here to start with, and I didn't have my resistor. So I have a unitless quantity for my power. A different signal that is very, very useful in SDR is not a sine wave, but a complex sinusoid. And the complex sinusoid, unlike the sine wave, it also has an imaginary part. So it has a sine, it has an imaginary part, a real part. E to the j, blah, 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 something, module thereof is always 1. So this will have a unit power, P equals 1. And if I say that +1 and -1 are also the maximum input values of my digital analog converter, then I can say, so let's write this down somehow. If x max equals 1, with reference to my DAC, then this here is actually the biggest, the largest power that I can produce on the digital side. I can't really go any higher because then I'd exceed the input of my DAC. So this here is called the full scale power, or this here is a full scale signal. And if I do 10 times log 10 of 1, and now I need a ratio of something, so I'm just gonna say, P full scale. Then I end up with 0 dB, and I'm gonna call this 0 dBFS in staying in convention with what engineers do everywhere else. So 0 dBFS means this is a good proxy for the largest signal that I can put into my DAC. So we're almost done here. Clearly, if I can map, I'm just going to push this up a little bit. If I can figure out this equation where y equals, a dBFS equals x prime in dBm, then I sort of bridge the gap. That's really all I need to know to have power on the digital side, power on the analog side, and know what they are. I can, in fact, simplify this a little bit. I'm going to take another cheat sheet. Let's say this here is my digital power. This is my analog power. This here is 0 dBFS, so this is also a bound. And let's say this is x dBm. So if I'm at 0 dBFS and I have x dBm, my simplification will be that the response looks like this, where this curve has a unit gradient, meaning I go 1 dB in this direction, I also go 1 dB in this direction. Because this means that my x value is really all I need to know. So going back to my pad here, if I can figure out what 0 dBFS is in dBm, I'm basically done. This is the number. I need to solve for x, and then I'm able to translate analog and digital powers. Okay. Let's go back to the slides and see how this works, looks like in real life. Because the what I just said explains everything on a theoretical problem, on a theoretical level. So what's the problem? Are we done? Well, no. Because in reality, schematics look much more difficult than the one that we just put on the slide on our pad, because that's something you only see in EE 101. In reality, you don't have 0 ohm traces, and you have amps and whatnot. Also, frequency-dependent behavior. Plus, the schematic is really just one piece of the equation. What you also need to know is what does the actual PCB look like, and the mechanics and everything, to properly calculate what's going on. This is the TwinRx daughter board schematic, or at least a simplified version thereof. And it also has frequency-dependent behavior, so that's something else we need to factor in. But what's most important is that every single component that we throw onto a PCB has a tolerance. We just don't know exactly what its capacitance is, or its amplification. which means we can never actually take a schematic and then fully map our 0 dBFS value to an X value. So are we stuck? Like, what's our solution? Because you might think, I have a calibrated device, or at least I've seen one, and if it's a signal generator, I can tell it to produce exactly X dBm. Or if it's a receiver, it can tell me how strong my input signal was. I can do all of that. So what's the problem? Well, first of all, if you're talking about professional measurement equipment, it's designed differently from an SDR, where this calibration information is actually like one of the most important things, which is not true for SDR, where we think about low cost or size, weight, and power, stuff like that. So first of all, this is a big design criterion. And also the designers, they spend a lot more time thinking about exactly these relationships between power and how can I model that. And also what they usually have is they throw in a lot of sensors, temperature sensors, power sensors that feed back information. So I can have some kind of algorithm running in the device that handles my 0 dBFS to X mapping. But most importantly, they do factory calibration. So if you've seen that probably, you buy a new spectrum analyzer or something, it has a sticker on it, says calibration valid until, well, on my devices, it'll say October 2008 or something like that. So factory calibration is a key piece of the puzzle. And if we want to now add a absolute power knowledge mode to our SDR, then we also have to be able to calibrate that. And we have to make sure that we get that information, but we will have to use an external piece of equipment. So that's an important piece of thing. Why is that? Well, it's because we're retrofitting this whole calibration API rather than having it designed in the first place. Okay, so that's sort of like the first part. Let's talk a little bit about the new things in UHD and GNU Radio that help you do that. First of all, we have some new APIs, both in UHD and in GNU Radio. And in GNU Radio, they are available in Python and C++, and of course in GRC. For example, we can now put in absolute power levels into our USIP sink and a USIP source. UHD FFT and UHD SIGGEN GUI have been updated to use those. And I have a demo, but who cares about slides? Let's look at real stuff here. So first of all, I want to introduce the hardware that I'm using in this setup. This is my B200 Mini. I'm using this as a signal generator. It's a transmitter. X300 here is used as a receiver. Now, there's a couple of things that stand out. You might say this is not a proved standard operation. First of all, I took off the lid of the X300 and put on a 12 centimeter fan because it's way quieter, which is good for the video. But the main thing that stands out is I'm putting a transmitter directly into a receiver without an attenuator. That is never, ever recommended unless you're doing a presentation at GRCon on power levels. I trust the software enough to believe that this won't blow up my LNA. And let's see if I'm right. Okay, so let's go to our actual application. So this is the signal generator. And something that you can see is that here at the bottom left, I am now be able to set an actual power level. So in the past, this was just a gain value, and it's set to approximately minus 25 dBm. Now, if I head over to my receiver, HDFT, zoom in a little bit. This is what's running on my X300. Let's go at the peak, and it's approximately minus 25 dBm. So something's working. That's good. What's new in this application is you can see, like on the left side, the label says dBm. If I scroll down, same thing. I have an RX power reference level set to approximately minus 10 dBm. Okay, let's go back to my slide deck real quick because I have a question for you. Actually, let's go back to my application. What happens if I move this reference level slider to the right? Well, you can think about it for a sec. What does that even mean? Like I'm changing the reference level. Okay, I'm just going to put in a number here. Minus 5 is a good one. So I'm going to increase it by 5 dB. I'll zoom up. And what's changed? Well, nothing's really changed. Like this looks exactly the same. Is that intended? Yes, that's exactly intended, because what this is supposed to display is the incoming power level. And remember, I did not touch the transmitter. I only touched the receiver. So changing the reference power level only changes my frame of reference, but it shouldn't actually change this here. Now, if I go to the scope mode, then you'll see I'm at approximately 0.1 amplitude here. If I go back down to -10 where I was before, then click scale here. You can see I've actually, I've actually increased the amplitude to about 0.2. Is that expected? Yes, absolutely. Because in order to increase the power reference level, I have to decrease the gain. Because increasing the power reference level means I need more power to reach 0 dBFS. So that's that. So next question, what happens if I drag the slider to the left? Now I gave you a couple of clues, so you should be able to figure this out. But let's say I'm going to drag it down here. Actually, I'm going to type in a number, -25, and boom, what happens? Okay, first of all, this goes down. What's going on here? Also, it looks kind of jaggy. Well, that's odd. Or is it? And I look at my scope, all over the place. So what's happening? Well, the problem is I increased my gain now, and my incoming power level is clipping the ADC. So this is no longer a valid signal. I cannot do any kind of DSP on it. So I'm going to put it back just so to be safe. But as you notice, I put in -25, which is also the power of the input level. And even a theoretical perfect ADC would start clipping at that value. And this is not a perfect ADC because they don't exist. So you always want to back off a little bit. Let's go back to my spectrum here. And there we are, nice and clean again. All right. So that was my quiz. One thing to point out is that here I have a TX power, whereas here in UHD FFT, I have a reference power. Why is that? Quite simple. The signal generator is a very simple application. I know that I'm transmitting a sinusoid. I know its amplitude. So in combination with the reference power level, I can now actually accurately predict the output power. So we're at like 0.5 means we're at -6 dBFS. So this application now, all it needs to do is set the reference power level to -19 approximately, and then we're done. That's it. So on the receiver side, though, it's different because we don't actually know what we're receiving. So all we can do is a reference power level. It's the best we can do in this case. Okay, I don't really have that much time here, so I'm going to have to be brief. But like, how is the USUB calibrated? And the answer is we have a tool that does that for you. And effectively, what it does on the transmit side, it just transmits at a whole bunch of gains and frequencies, and then uses an external device to accurately measure what you were transmitting at and puts that in a database. On the receive direction, it's the exact same. In the opposite direction, we have a calibrated signal generator that we tell it to transmit into our device. We set different frequencies, different gains, record that. And then you end up with curves like that. Very briefly, this is the transmit response from a B200. You can see the power dropping over frequency. That's expected because everything has a low pass characteristic. And the B200 Mini, where I measured it, does not have sophisticated circuitry to sort of compensate for that. So it'll go down over frequency. It's pretty linear in the middle. And then towards the bottom, this is an interesting artifact of my power meter. My power meter was actually not sensitive enough to pick up those low powers. So eventually it sort of fizzles out, but this is not actually an artifact of the user. Our tool knows how to handle that, so we can still use that data. All right, final section of this presentation. There is actually a little bit more than that, because measuring power is not quite as simple as it looks. So I already mentioned this part here. So if you start clipping, nothing goes, everything's invalid. Back off from your 0 dB FS value, and then you'll be fine. All right, different problem here is the choice of window function. Now, this is something actually I kind of cheated because I started the demo before the video. if I go back to this here, you'll see I chose a rectangular window. If I choose the Blackman-Harris window, which is the default, then two things happen. First of all, my, whoops, well, this is hard to, the side lobes go down, so the square wave looked a lot like this. However, the other thing is my main lobe is a little bit below the minus 25 dBm. And that's because the energy that's coming from the sine wave is actually distributed within these FFT bins. So this should really read dBm per FFT bin after FFT processing. It's a bit too unwieldy. That's why we leave it as it is. Here you can see what happens with different windows, and also in a rectangular window, what happens when you don't exactly hit the FFT bin. Now, there's something very, very important, and I'm going to go back to my pad for that, which we need to talk about, which is you can also calculate power in the frequency domain. That's totally fine. So looks like this. So we have two frequencies, F1, F2. We have two frequencies, F1, F2. So F2 minus F1. And now we assume we have capital V is the Fourier transform of my signal, V of F over R squared dF. This is also a valid way to calculate our power. It's called Parseval's equation. This is only inequality, though, if my frequency bounds are chosen such that they encompass the entire signal, same as they do with the time bounds. So going back to my slides here, what happens if I have like a different type of signal? So, for example, this is an OFDM signal, the blue one is, and the red one is the same OFDM signal, which I pass through an incredibly awful amplifier. So GNU Radio has blocks to model that kind of behavior. So basically, I'm distorting my signal, and now all of this power is going, out of the intended band. And what if the FFT, UHD FFT widget can't do is tell you like how much power is on the left and how much power is on the right, but it could. Like we could have like a feature where you do sort of a lasso select of a region, and then it sort of adds up the available power in the bins, and then you get the total power there. So these are a little bit more advanced topics of power estimation, spectral analysis. I gave a talk on spectral estimation at last year's GRCon if you want to take a look at that. The key takeaway here is you can't just always look at that y-axis and it'll tell you the precise power. So that's it from my end. Doing absolute power related things with SDRs and GNU Radio has never been easier than it is now, especially using USRP. However, you need to know what you're doing, unfortunately, and you also need calibrated equipment if you want to repeat these experiments yourself. But if you have those things, you can just like go at it, and well, I hope someone tries it out and gives us some feedback. All right, that's that from our end. Thanks for listening, and I hope this was enlightening. Bye-bye.
Aaron Rossetto from National Instruments presents Exploring RF NOC with the UHD Python API. Please welcome Aaron Rossetto.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Rossetto, Principal Architect at NI, and this is Exploring RF NOC with the UHD Python API. I'm honored to be presenting here at GNU Radio Conference 2020. Last year was my very first GRCon, and I absolutely loved it, and I knew this is something I wanted to be a part of. So here I am. The goal of this presentation is to introduce some of the core concepts of the revamped RF network on a chip, or RF NOC architecture, and illustrate them in an interactive fashion using the UHD Python API, showing off different use cases and how the API exposes them to RF NOC users. Hopefully, by the end of this presentation, you'll have a better understanding of the capabilities present in the new RF NOC architecture and how you might be able to leverage them for your application, and that Python is a convenient, powerful way to do so. First, a little bit about myself. I started at NI in 2000, working on device drivers and firmware for various data acquisition groups and devices. Last August, I got a chance to join the SDR team to help work on UHD 4.0, which turned out to be a great fit for me because I've dabbled in SDR for nearly 20 years myself, from the FunCube Pro to various RTL SDR-based USB TV tuner dongles, and most recently with the AirSpy for exploring P25 public safety radio systems using the GNU Radio C++ API and several out-of-tree modules. So shout out to the authors of GRFSK4, GROsmocom, and some of the open source digital signal decoder software that I've been using as well as part of my experimentation. Now, time constraints prevent me from taking a deeper dive into the RF NOC architecture as a whole. So I've included a link to Martin Braun's excellent GRCon 2019 UHD 4.0 presentation at the end of this talk if you'd like to learn more. But one of the biggest, most impactful changes to the architecture involves giving the user control over RF NOC image design trade-offs based on the needs of their application. So here's a 30,000-foot view of the RF NOC architecture. Pre-UHD 4.0, the RF NOC architecture allowed full runtime reconfigurability of the NOC block graph topology. That is, how the NOC blocks are connected to each other in the graph. This offered the utmost in flexibility, but the price that the user paid was the FPGA logic element usage to implement that full crossbar switching, which reduced the amount of space available for processing elements. In UHD 4.0, you'll notice that the purple data paths to the NOC blocks are connected to a static router. This static router encodes a fixed topology between the data paths of the NOC blocks. To change the static routing requires reconfiguring the FPGA image. This, of course, offers no runtime flexibility, but sometimes it's not needed. And where it's not needed, the FPGA footprint space savings can be pretty significant. But users can also choose a combination of the two approaches. Notice as well that the stream endpoints and the transport adapters are connected to a full crossbar, allowing any stream endpoint to be connected to any other stream endpoint or transport adapter and reconfigured at runtime. A stream endpoint is more or less the starting or ending point of a data stream, so connections between different statically linked subgraphs can be made and reconfigured as needed by an application without having to resynthesize the FPGA image. We'll see an example of this a little later on. UHD 4.0 ships a UHD Python module, which provides Python bindings to the C++ APIs. There are several submodules within the UHD module. The USRP module implements what we call the multi-usurp API, which is a slightly higher level API than this RF NOC level API, but it works across the gamut of all USRP devices. However, today we're going to be focusing on the RF NOC related APIs as a way to delve deeper into the architecture, and that functionality is primarily exposed through the UHD.RFNOC submodule, including such things as creating graphs, discovering graph topologies, configuring blocks, and data interchange with RFNOC graphs. Now, this API, keep in mind, is only available with USRP devices that support the RFNOC architecture. But why Python? Well, first of all, GNU Radio has always done this. It has always provided a rich set of Python bindings to its API, so it's familiar to a lot of GNU Radio users. It's great because there's no compilation step required. You don't have to wait for the compiler to tell you that you missed a semicolon at the end of the line or you misspelt an identifier. You get a nice interactive experience through Python's read evaluate print loop or any of the other third-party add-on REPL loops that Python provides, including niceties such as tab completion. So if I can't remember the different methods supported by a given UHD RFNOC object, I can simply hit tab and have them listed during my interactive console interaction with the API. And finally, there's a very rich ecosystem built up around Python, including numerical processing libraries such as NumPy, which is used by UHD as part of the data interchange with RFNOC graphs, making it really easy to get data in and out of RFNOC and into other popular Python packages that provide numerical processing, because NumPy has become sort of a de facto standard for that kind of thing. So with that as a very, very quick introduction, let's go ahead and start exploring. So I have here a Linux machine running Ubuntu 18.04 LTS with the latest UHD 4.0 release candidate installed on it, connected to a USRP N310 over a pair of SFP Plus connections, which has a custom RFNOC image that I created and installed earlier on it. So I'll fire up the Python interpreter, import the UHD library, and NumPy, so I'll be able to get data off of an RFNOC graph. And graphs are the central concept to RFNOC. So everything to be done with it starts from this graph object. So I create a graph object here targeting my USRP device, and I can run the enumerate static connections method to show how I've configured that static router on the device to connect the NOC blocks together. Now, while this is technically correct, it's not particularly helpful. It's a collection of graph edge objects. So fortunately, that object has a method on it called toString, which I can call to view each edge in a nice humanly readable format. And this is the same output that you would see from the UHD USRP probe utility, which ships with UHD. Note the standard format of the blocks in the RFNOC graph here, known as the block ID. The first element is the device number, followed by a slash, followed by a block name, a number sign, the instance of that block in the graph, colon, and then a port, because blocks can have multiple input and output ports. Now note here that one of the edges is from the radio to the DDC, or digital down converter, and there's another edge between the DDC and the stream endpoint. So through the property of transitivity, we know that there's a path from the radio to the stream endpoint. We'll use that in a little bit. Also notice down here two lone subgraphs. One is an FFT block with a stream endpoint on either side, and the other is a finite impulse response filter block with an SEP on either side. We'll use those in a little while. But let's start by picking one of the blocks and exploring it. And let's start with the radio block. So when you want to interact with a block from the graph, you call get block on the graph, passing it the block ID. Now, what that returns is an object that is essentially the base class for all knock blocks. It's common functionality and methods shared by all knock blocks, regardless of what they do. So if you take a look at the methods available on it, you'll see nothing to do with the radio. So to control the radio-specific aspects of this block, you construct a radio control block, which is also available in the RF knock submodule of UHD, and you pass it that knock block that you got in the previous step. And then when you look at the API available on this block, you'll notice there's the configuration for the radio in all of its glory. So let's make a simple application where we acquire data from the radio. We know we have a path from the radio to a stream endpoint through the DDC. What we want to do is get samples from the radio to the stream endpoint and then to the host for future processing. So let's do that now. So what we have to do is to explicitly connect the blocks that we want in our graph. So first connection we're going to make is from the radio to the DDC. Now, connect is also used for streamers because we want to connect the DDC to the streamer, but you don't specify the streamer by ID as we did with the radio and the DDC blocks above. We create a receive streamer object, again, through the graph via this create RX streamer object, passing it a pair of parameters. The first parameter is the number of channels in the stream, and the second parameter is some characteristics about the stream through this stream args object. The first parameter in the stream args object is a string indicating the data type of the samples that we want when we get them from the streamer. And we want nice floating point complex 32-bit values, floats in C terminology. So we'll pass a CPU type of FC32. But RF knock blocks don't deal in floating point values. They deal in 16-bit fixed point complex values. So the next parameter is the OTW, or over the wire type. This indicates the data type that will be interchanged from the UHD driver on the host and the RF knock graph. And fortunately, UHD will do the conversion back and forth automatically for you. So there's nothing that we have to do after we call receive to get it in the format that we want. So now that we have a streamer, we can connect it up to the output of the DDC. Now, notice we didn't even have to specify which stream endpoint to connect to the DDC. This is one thing UHD figures out for us. And finally, we commit the graph. So all of this is great, but we still need to configure the radio and the DDC for our application. We want to tune the radio to a part of the spectrum of interest and return some amount of bandwidth to capture all of the traffic within that portion of the spectrum. So in the interest of saving time, I've got some configuration code already here. Which I will then paste into my Python interpreter, which sets the radio's receive frequency to 853 megahertz, the gain to 65 decibels, tell the radio to receive from antenna port RX2, and a rate of 125 megahertz. So the next thing we need to do is to configure the DDC block, which, again, to call its API, we need an instance of the DDC block controller and passing it the base class of the DDC block that we obtain from the graph. And then to configure the DDC, we tell it the input rate of interest, which, since it samples coming from the radio at 125 megahertz, is 125 megahertz, and an output rate based on the amount of spectrum that we want. So let's set an output rate here of 5 megahertz. Now you'll notice when I did that, I got a warning because the decimation factor in this case, 125 divided by 25, or divided by 5, which is 25, is odd. And so I should expect some passband roll-off. Now let's say that that's undesirable for my application for whatever reason. here's where properties come into play, because we're going to use one of the properties exposed by the DDC block to set a precise decimation factor. But before we do that, let's take a quick sidebar to talk about the architecture of block controllers in software. At the very lowest level, block IP for RF knock blocks expose registers in hardware. These registers control how the block works and are specific to each block, and software interacts with them via register reads and writes, or pokes and peeks. The block controller software for a particular block may choose to implement one or more properties. A property is just some kind of configuration data that has a name associated with it and a specific type, whether it be double precision, string, integer, what have you. They may correspond or they may not correspond to the API directly or even to the registers. That's up to the author of the block. They tend to be a little bit higher level than the registers, but they tend to map pretty closely to the registers. Generally, a property has a callback function associated with it that governs what to do when the value of the property changes, generally which is to change the value of one or more registers. Now, block controller software may also choose to implement API functions, generally set and get functions. These represent the highest levels of abstraction of the block's functionality to the user, and a call to set may interact with one or more properties to change the behavior of the hardware. From an application perspective, the block API tends to be the most client-friendly, intuitive means to interact with the block. It's usually adequately documented. But as we've seen, to use this API, it requires having an instance of the actual block controller object implementing that API. But application software can also interact with properties directly, because the methods to interact with the properties are on that base class object that you get when you call getBlock on the graph. And similarly, application software can also interact with the registers, because the base class exposes access to the register set for the block. Now, this tends not to be recommended because these are less user-friendly methods to interact with the block that generally are poorly documented and may even have unintended side effects. But it does offer an attractive option when you are bootstrapping a new block and you need to configure it quickly, or you need some kind of exceptional behavior that you can only get through interacting with a property or a register. So let's take a look at the properties offered by the DDC block, which we could do by calling getPropertyIDs. The DDC block has a pair of properties, decim, which is the decimation ratio, and freq, which is the frequency shift. There's two of each in this list because there are 2 ports on the block. So let's use the setProperties method to set an even decimation ratio that will avoid the passband roll-off that we don't want. So we will say setProperties, and we know the name of the property is decim, and we set instant 0 for channel 1 to 24. And now when we call getOutputRate on the block, you'll see that the output rate reflects the new value of the decimation ratio. So we've got a graph, it's committed, we have a streamer object, we've configured the radio and the down converters. So now what we need to do is allocate some space to store the received samples from the radio, which we'll do by taking the output rate, and let's say we want 5 seconds worth, just for this demo. And then we'll also create a numpy array of zeros, just some empty storage, where the data type is the data type that we told the streamer to return the samples to us in, which is complex floating point values. Great. So to get data from the radio, we need to send it a stream command to indicate how the device should send samples to us. So again, in the interest of time, I'm going to cut and paste some code that we already have here. So to create a stream command, I create an instance of the stream command object and pass it the mode that I want, which in this case is num done. I want to receive a certain number of samples and then be done, no more samples after that point. The number of samples is in the numsamps attribute here, which we calculated earlier. And we're setting stream now to false because I've got a little bit of an issue here. When I send the stream command, I won't have enough time to type in the receive command into the interpreter. So I am going to set a future time event on this stream command to tell it basically to start sending me samples 10 seconds from now. So through the graph object, I get a reference to the motherboard controller from which I can get the timekeeper and get the current time on the radio and add 10 to it. So I could tell it to go in 10 seconds. And when I do that, I'll have to work quickly to issue the stream command and then to call the receive method on the streamer so I can get the samples without causing any sort of underruns or overflows. So quickly here, we'll issue the stream command. And then call receive on the streamer, and it will indicate the number of samples that I get back. And that is 26 million some samples, which is 5 seconds worth at about 5.2 megasamples per second. Great. So now that I've got the data, at this point, I can write it to a file. I can process it further, or whatever else our application requires. For instance, we could even plot the data using the matplotlib library. And so in a few seconds, what I'll see is a graph of the real and the imaginary samples returned from the radio. All right, so while that is certainly interactive and certainly instructive, it's definitely not the most convenient way to interact with a USRP. So one other popular method for interacting in a similar fashion in an even more feature-rich way is through Jupyter Notebooks. This is a web-based interactive REPL environment from which documents can be produced, which is great for prototyping, teaching, or report generation. So remember we had a lone FFT block and a lone FIR block. So let's use Jupyter Notebooks to explore those blocks a little bit. So I will start up my Jupyter Notebook here, and I'll load a notebook that I've been working on. And you'll see a notebook just consists of these cells that in which I have sort of common bits of Python code that implement some part of this application. And so this first cell, for instance, imports all the libraries that I need. This next cell, I'll create a graph, just like I did in the interactive example. And then I want to exercise the FFT block. So I'll configure the FFT. I'll then get the block from the graph, construct an FFT block control, and set its API. And we're not going to use the FIR filter in this example. So we could still find it in the graph and call set coefficients. But this next cell here indicates how everything is connected in the graph. So I create a transmit streamer so I can get data into the graph, and a receive streamer to get data out of the graph. And again, I have FC32 and SC16 as my types. Now, because FIR filtered enabled is false, I'm only going to connect the TX streamer to the input of the FFT, and then the FFT output to the receive streamer. So the next thing I'm going to do is just to create a very simple input waveform, which in this case is an impulse. And I'm going to write that to the transmit streamer. That will send it into the RF NOT graph through the FFT. And now I'm going to call receive on the receive streamer to get the results of that. And I will plot them using matplotlib here. And there's the expected flatline output of the FFT of an impulse. Okay. But what I want to show here is how I can reconfigure this image at runtime because of the way that I've configured the FIR and the FFT blocks to be connected to their own stream endpoints. Recall that all of the stream endpoints are connected to a full crossbar. So I can go back here. I can set FIR filtered enabled to true. I'll reconfigure the FIR block with the coefficients for my very simple low-pass filter. And this time, because FIR filtered is enabled, I will connect the transmit streamer up to the input of the FIR block, and then the FIR block to the FFT, and then from the FFT to the receive streamer. So this is a different topology than I had in my first run, but I haven't reconfigured or resynthesized the FPGA. And now again, I'll create my simple impulse, write it to the transmit streamer. It's a little bit longer due to the vagaries of the way that the FIR filter block works. And then I'll call receive, and I will plot the result of that. And there's the expected impulse response for my FIR filter. So in summary, the RF NOC rearchitecture empowers the user to make trade-offs in their design that best fit the application. Fixed topologies can be encoded very efficiently, which allows larger graphs to fill the FPGA. But as you saw in that last example, runtime configuration is available too, if desired, if it is designed in to the topology. There's also, I should mention, a new in-tree switchboard RF NOC block that an intern actually added this past spring, with a configurable number of inputs and outputs and methods to route between them, which offers yet another option for configuring the graph without having to resynthesize a new FPGA image. And the Python UHD API offers access to all of this power in an intuitive, rich fashion. So here are some links to additional resources that go into more depth than I was able to cover in this very short amount of time. There's a link to the RF NOC specification, which goes into the greatest detail on how the nuts and bolts of the RF NOC architecture is implemented. Here's a link to the UHD GitHub repo where you can download the release candidates or releases of the new architecture. Here's a link to last year's presentation by Martin Braun on what we added to UHD 4.0 and talks about more of the features that I wasn't able to go into. And finally, at GRCon this year, we have a couple of workshops where you'll get an opportunity to sit down and create a custom RF NOC image, install it on a radio, and then interact with it through GNU Radio. And here's a couple of other demos and presentations where you'll get more information on UHD 4.0 and the improvements that we've made, and have an opportunity to interact with some of the experts at EDIS and NI who were involved in its creation. And with that, I thank you for your attention. It's been my pleasure to present at GRCon 2020. Enjoy the rest of the conference and stay safe.
Paul Otto completed his PhD in electrical engineering from George Mason University in 2019. He currently works as a research assistant in the lab of Siddhartha Sikdar, developing compact, low-power hardware for sonomyography. He is passionate about unconventional uses for software-defined radios and how those uses can be used to help others solve problems in their fields of interest.
Online courses and research share a common goal of learning. GNU Radio is a valuable tool to achieve that goal and for more fields than just communications.
This motivates the question, why use GNU Radio for fields outside of communications? There's a few reasons. One of the first is that you can design solutions with graphical blocks, and this is great for people who don't want to do a lot of programming. Additionally, those blocks, the value, the parameters of those blocks, their values can be adjusted by graphical controls. So you can look at your solution space in real time. Now, a lot of these problems really get down to processing some form of signal collection and then signal processing. And software-defined radios are great for that, and GNU Radio is a mature platform for running software-defined radios. Also, GNU Radio lets you think in terms of your final solution, hardware and data, and you can then design and prototype with synthetic blocks and synthetic data, and then mature your solution to using real hardware and real data, all within that same paradigm. GNU Radio is easy to obtain. You can run it on the desktop, on embedded devices, and the software is free. So because of these reasons, we were interested in looking at time delay spectrometry ultrasound as a showcase for showing the flexibility and power of GNU Radio. TDS one of the goals is to implement it with low-cost hardware, and it does signal collection. And so to be able to teach the concepts of TDS, felt that GNU Radio would be great for teaching this in an online format. Now, before talking about TDS, need to talk a little bit about ultrasound. So ultrasound is used for medical diagnostics and testing, other form of diagnostics in industry. It's similar to sonar. If you look at the grainy image on the right, you have probably seen this sort of grainy image before. This is of an ultrasound image. This actually happens to be of a chicken breast that I collected during my PhD thesis. Ultrasound is similar in concept to sonar because it's dealing with wave propagation and acoustics. And what you're trying to do with this is you're trying to measure the change of the acoustical impedance of material, because from that you can derive things such as the range of an object from the measurement. Now, conventional ultrasound uses sound pulses to measure the impedance, and the way that works is the transducer will transmit an impulse, and then, as with wave theory, some of it will be, the impulse will be reflected back, some of it will propagate through the material, and based on the timing of that impulse, one can compute the range of the object. Now, with this, the issue with impulses is that to generate those, it requires high voltage equipment, which then requires more complex shielding for your receiver technology. So what we would like to do is see if design a different type of waveform other than an impulse that would overcome those limitations. And we're going to look at how GNU Radio can help us with that. A pulse can be decomposed into a sum of sinusoids. And what TDS does is it takes the sum of sinusoids and it converts it to sinusoids that are adjacent to each other. This is important because it lowers the instantaneous power of the signal at any one time. But if you just connect the sinusoids together, you'll have the phase discontinuities, which are hard to implement in hardware. And this is where GNU Radio comes in to help learn about the TDS signal and how it's designed using this technique. So what we're going to see in the GNU Radio demo is that we'll design a waveform in GNU Radio called a chirp. And this chirp starts at a low frequency and is continuous in phase all the way up to the high frequency. And we'll see on a spectrogram in GNU Radio where time is increasing downwards because the spectrogram is scrolling upwards and frequency is increasing to the right, that this low frequency will show up here. And then as time progresses, we will increase in frequency. Now, because of waveforms that we're interested in for our particular needs, we're interested in teaching a chirp that also goes back down in frequency. So it goes from low frequency to high and then high frequency to low. And we'll see that on the spectrogram as a V. For the actual GNU Radio demo, we'll see this graphical interface. And what we're interested in on the spectrogram is simply the right side. And we'll demonstrate that you can change the frequency of the chirp with these controls. You can also change how long the chirp is with this control. And you can look at properties of the signal, such as what its phase increment is, basically its instantaneous frequency at any particular point. We see you're going from low to high frequency. And you can also look at total phase of the signal and what the time domain chirp looks like. So we'll now demonstrate that. GNU Radio provides a lot of flexibility in designing and exploring the generation of a chirp. So for example, we're using a triangle generator to create the instantaneous frequency or phase increment of that chirp. Then we're summing up that phase increment to get an actual phase of the chirp at any particular time with an IIR filter. Now there's numerical limitations to this, and that's what this negate phase checkbox will explore. Then we can then use transcendental functions. And not only can we use these blocks, but we can also integrate in Python code. So for example, with variables, when we go to define them, we can use Python functions for a lot of flexibility, or we can just write Python modules to be used with the blocks. We have the ability to look at the signal at any point along the way in real time, and then also adjust values in real time. So when we start this, we'll be playing the signal, and we can hear the chirp going up in frequency. And one of the interesting properties is when we look at the spectrogram over time, there will be more noise that develops in the spectrogram, which you can actually hear. And so we can explore the chirp generation process by adjusting both the start and stop frequencies of the chirp or the time of the chirp. And we can explore the numerical issues that cause this by negating the phase. And then we can not only hear, but see those issues go away, and then they'll return later. So this is basically a very nice playground of ideas to be used to understand chirp generation and be able to explore the properties of a chirp. We are interested in teaching how to compute range with GNU Radio. And in this example, we're going to have one target right here, and we have our transducer, and we're going to transmit a chirp to that target, which will take this amount of time to get there. Will then, for the signal, once it intersects the target, it will take this amount of time to get back to the transducer. So we see that we start our chirp transmission here, and it strikes the target, and then part of it passes into the target, and part of it is reflected back, and we're only interested in the reflected back part. And so that reflected back part will get to the receiver at this point here. So through here is this is the signal that's being transmitted by the transducer, and then we can see that we're going from low frequency to high frequency here. And once the signal being reflected off the target is received by the transducer, we'll now have two signals, one of what's being currently transmitted, and this is what's now being received by the transducer. And the important property to note is that this difference in frequency here at any one particular time is constant. And that is what we're going to use to measure the distance to the target, is this difference in frequency here. And so within this window, because even though the waveform will still be being received after the target transmission stops, it's within this window that we're interested in computing the range. And the way we do that is shown right here, that this distant, or this frequency difference here, is represented if we were to subtract these two frequencies, or mix the complex exponential of the frequencies, but we basically subtract them, we would end up with a constant frequency here. And this relates to the distance, the travel time of the signal, times what the slope of your transmitted chirp is, where your slope is your start and stop frequency, divided by your actual length of your chirp. And you can then, by applying some algebra, find out what the distance to your target is by multiplying this frequency here by the speed of sound, and then divide it by 2 times the 2 for accounting for the round trip time, and then also divided by your chirp, your instantaneous slope here. And so our next GNU Radio demo will show this. And what we're going to see in our GNU Radio demo is we're going to see on the top part, we'll have the spectrogram of the transmitted and received chirp, where the transmit's going to be the one on the top and the received will be the one on the bottom. So note that this is 90 degrees to this, because frequency is along this axis and frequency is along here, and time is along these axes. So we'll see this similar plot, and then we'll see what happens when the signal wraps around in time, when it ends and is transmitted again. And then we'll also see the determination of range here, which is shown here. And then you will get a break when the signal between chirp transmits. So now we'll show the demo. So in the last demo, we created a chirp using GNU Radio blocks, but we also have the option of loading a chirp from a file. And in this demo of calculating the range to a single target, we simulate that target by using a series of delay lines to simulate the distance to that target. And then we compute the range frequency through a multiplication, a complex conjugate of the transmitted chirp. And then we display both the received and transmitted chirp here, and then the actual range frequency. So when we run the plot, we can see that the transmitted chirp has started, and as it propagates down to the target, we'll suddenly see the received signal And then from the multiplication of the complex conjugate and the spectrogram of that, we see our range. Now we can change the range by adding in additional delay. So that's moving the target farther away. Note these are negative frequencies here. So the frequency is increasing, which corresponds to a greater range. And we can see that once everything settles out from the change, that we'll see that there's a greater spread here between the received and transmitted signal. And then we can also see that it's a greater frequency, which corresponds to a greater range. The other nice thing about GNU Radio is that you can then see what happens explore what happens at transition points when the chirp is stopped transmitting and you're still receiving a signal, and then the frequency here, there's nothing to it's not computing the difference anymore until you start actually retransmitting the next chirp and then receiving that. So there's a lot of interesting properties about computing range that can be explored with GNU Radio. So far, what we've been looking at is synthetic hardware with synthetic data. Now we want to add in real data. And the reason why is because there's important challenges to learn about with real data. The first of which is noise that comes with any real sensor. Also, the sensors aren't always linear. So for example, with sound pressure, maybe the sound pressure goes up 10%, but the sensor only shows 5% because it's saturated. Additionally, some sensors can perform post-processing on the raw data, and the data you get can have features that were accidentally destroyed because of the post-processing. So looking at real data is important when learning about signal processing with TDS. Now, with TDS, not everyone has access to ultrasound equipment, but most everyone has access to audio data. And audio data is a good surrogate for ultrasound because it deals with the same acoustical principles. Additionally, you can get common equipment, and with that common equipment, you can perform some interesting demonstrations. So for example, I'm going to show doing range measurements using a simple laptop setup. So this equipment setup we have here, we have a laptop and an external speaker. It doesn't have to be a speaker, so we'll be able to borrow. And we're going to transmit a 1-second chirp that goes from 3 kilohertz to 20 kilohertz. And we're going to reflect that off of the house and then capture it with the laptop's microphone. Be standing about 20 feet away. For this experiment, I had the speaker transmitting the pulse below the laptop. I started recording the signal, transmitted the chirp standing 20 feet away, and then captured it for multiple chirps. Then to verify that that received data did have both the transmitted chirp and the received chirp, took the data and correlated it with the transmitted chirp, and then found with the correlation that found both like the transmitted chirp and the received chirp, and the distance was about correct. So now that we're confident that the data has the information we're interested in, looked at the spectrogram of the signal. And what was surprising was that instead of a chirp that went from 3 kilohertz up to 20 kilohertz, instead we had a spectrogram with a chirp going from around 3 kilohertz up to about 7.5 kilohertz. And investigating this issue, they found out that the microphone on the laptop was an array, and it had a filtering algorithm built in which suppressed noise at higher frequencies. Additionally, theorizing that the speaker response at the upper end too wasn't that great. So working with this data, if we zoom in on the transmitted and received pulses, or chirps, we can see that if you measure the distance between the two, it's about a 34 millisecond difference, which corresponds to 11.6 millimeter round trip distance, which is close to what we had physically measured of 12.2 meters. That would have taken 35.8 milliseconds. Now, to compute the range from this data review, we have our audio chirp with a 17 kilohertz per second slope, and then our received chirp. And what we should see if we use the formula that we had talked about earlier is a 0.6 kilohertz waveform for the range frequency that would correspond with our range, our round trip time, our round trip distance of 12.2 meters. And for this next demo with GNU Radio, we take that sound data, both the transmitted chirp and then the received data, and we will do the mixing to be able to determine the range. And we will see that there is, at the 0.6 kilohertz, there is a waveform, but as you can see with real data, there's a lot more complexities. We're going to build upon our previous demo where we simulated a target through the use of delay lines by using actual data that was collected. So we have our chirp that we've transmitted, and then the received data, which includes both the transmitted chirp and the received signal. And we're going to display that on the spectrogram, top spectrogram, and then on the bottom spectrogram, we're going to display the detected range, where we've computed the range using just a regular multiply, since these are real signals. So when we run the flow graph, we see that we have our chirp that we're transmitting, and on our received signal, we see that there is a frequency component around the 0.6 kilohertz wave predicted frequency for that range from the house. Now, we also see a lot of other features in their frequency at double that, and then we see additional features. So this is the interesting part of real data, is that GNU Radio then gives you the ability to explore those features and artifacts and figure out how to correct for those. We're going to complete the logical progression by now looking at real hardware with real data. And the system we're developing is based on two software-defined radios, a HackRF to transmit the chirp, and then an RTL in direct sample mode to receive the chirp. The system can handle about 2 megahertz of chirp bandwidth, and these transducers are small, about coin-sized, and low cost. The total cost of all the parts is around the cost of a textbook, and the parts could be either purchased by a student or by a school and assembled as a kit for classroom use. This is portable because it's just two software-defined radios and then transducers with some interface hardware. And the system is generic in that it can be used for things other than TDS ultrasound. It could be used for conventional RF, for example. Now, we're currently optimizing the transducers to be able to get them to work with the impedance of the HackRF and RTL. So once we have that done, we'll be able to connect this to the transducers for actual TDS measurements. But the demo that we're going to show is a simple demo of just connecting the HackRF directly to the RTL and then running a GNU radio block that captures both the transmit and receive, and then does the range calculation by finding the difference between the two. In our final demo, we're going to now show real data with real hardware. And so for our chirp, we're loading that from file, and the chirp waveform is then being transmitted out of through the hack RF. It's being received by the RTL, and then the range is computed from this complex multiply and then displayed here. Now we have a couple additional extras of just removing DC term from the RTL and then also multiplying it to be able to show comparable signal levels for simplified viewing on the spectrogram. So when we run this, you see that we have our transmitted and received waveform, and then we have our computed range. Now, since there is the range should actually be 0, that should be pretty much instantaneous, this shows the delay in the system that we would want to account for when computing an actual range to adjust for. And we'll be building off of that as we add the TDS components. What we found, which would be useful for other people teaching with GNU Radio or doing research, is that GNU Radio has a very logical prototyping flow. It's easy to go from synthetic data with synthetic hardware to the real data with synthetic hardware to real data with real hardware. It's also very easy to explore the interdependence of multiple parameters graphically while keeping in mind your hardware solution. And it's easy to interface with other languages such as Python. You can use powerful expressions from Python since it's such a flexible language. And this allows for people with multiple levels or different levels of programming experience to get the most out of GNU Radio. And that's why we're developing online curriculum to teach TDS for the members of our biomedical imaging lab at George Mason University. Now, all code that's developed, you can download or pull off of GitHub with the link provided.
Federico La Roca is an assistant professor at the engineering school of the Universidad de la República, Uruguay. He was a research engineering postdoc at Telecom Paris Tech during the first quarter of 2010, where he obtained his PhD in computer science and networking under Professor Jean-Louis Rougier in December 2009. He received a degree in telecommunication engineering in 2006 from the Universidad de la República with a thesis concerning the development of a propagation model and loss prediction software for cellular signals in suburban and urban environments. From 2004 to 2011, he held a teaching assistant position at the Universidad de la República. His current research interests are related to the analysis and modeling of communication systems and development of software-defined radio.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my talk. It's called Ultra Chip SDR Digital Television Transmission, ISDVT, with an Osmo FL2K and an RTL SDR. So this is a joint work with Paul Flores, David Artestein, Lucas Ingles, and Gaston Morales. We are from the Instituto de Ingeniería Eléctrica, the Electrical Engineering School Institute at the Engineering School at the Universidad de la República, that's the Republic's University of Uruguay. So to start with the talk, we all know that there are plenty of TV standards. There's ATSC at the US. There's DVB-T in several countries, Europe, Africa, Asia, Oceania, even South America. And there's also, DTMB and ISDVT, that's the subject of our project. That's mostly used in South America and a couple of African countries and some Asian countries, including Japan. And so just to give like some motivation on our work, there are many benefits on digital TV transition, that is on turning off analog TV transmissions, particularly the increased spectral efficiency. Here I show the ongoing transmissions here in Uruguay of both analog and digital channels, and we can see how on the right we can see how the digital TV channels use much more efficiently the spectrum than analog ones. So what are the benefits of digital TV transition is well, it brings on much better audio and video quality on the same spectrum, and regarding money, to say it in a way, it brings the so-called digital dividend. That's like the auction or the reuse of the spectrum currently used by analog transmissions. So although we just mentioned several benefits of digital TV transition, this transition is far from completed. So this is a map showing the transition stage, to say it in a way, and you can see in yellow it's where it's in progress, where both analog and digital transmission are going on, and you can see how in the countries that ISDVT is being used, except in Japan, the transition is still in progress. Particularly in Uruguay, actually the situation is that it's indefinitely paused. So we have no date to turn off analog transmissions. So we're currently transmitting both types of TV. So in this context, back in 2016, we presented GRSDVT at WinCom, the WinCom conference, and it was back then an open and free receiver, only the receiver side for ASDVT, implemented naturally on GNU Radio. So we are now presenting the say completion of the project. It's an SDR-based open source ISDBT transmitter. So what for? Well, you can probably think of many uses for a complete transceiver now. So it's transmission and receiver and reception. But let me just say three main reasons that drive our project. First, in order to gain a real understanding of a certain technology, I believe, especially since I work at a university, that no real learning or no real expertise can be achieved without actually using the technology. However, we here in Uruguay, we don't manufacture or design or receivers or transmitters. So let's say the only alternative is this, to use an SDR-based system. Furthermore, in particular for ISDBT, a complete transceiver has many uses, specific uses. For instance, transmitters, chip transmitters, which for community channels, maybe we've been asked for by many community channels for how to transmit using ISDBT. It may also be used for simulation to choose some of the parameters involved in the standard, how to choose them. Well, we may first simulate the complete system, a very detailed simulation in this case, and then deploy or configure the system to use these parameters. And the last item, and related to the introduction, we hope that the availability of both the receiver and the transmitter that's open and certainly inexpensive should accelerate this digital TV transition. So let me present very rapidly the ISDBT standard. So it's stands for Integrated Services Digital Broadcasting Terrestrial. It was originally designed in Japan. It's relatively based or heavily based on DVB-T. And it was later adopted and adapted by Brazil, which, for instance, the two most important differences from the original standard was the introduction of Shinga instead of BML for interactivity and a different source coding. And this new version was called ISDBT-B or ISDBT International, and this is the version that most South American countries and around the world actually use. But regarding our project, there's no real difference between ISDBT and ISDBT-B. So this is the system flow graph. Let me just, and there are several parameters in the table on the right. Let me just go through this somewhat step by step. So a first important aspect of ISDBT is that it transmits three different transport streams simultaneously. These are called layers, and each layer has like its own transmission path, where, for instance, the convolutional coding rate or time interleaving depth may be chosen differently for each of these transport streams. And given this characteristic, the ISDBT defines what's called a broadcast transport stream, which is a variant of MPEG transport stream, since the original MPEG transport stream cannot be used for hierarchical transmissions. So this is like one of the most important characteristics of ISDBT. Then we have somewhat standard OFDM system. The sampling rate is fixed. Now there is a which is related to what I mentioned before. Each of these layers is sent over a set of particular carriers, and these carriers are partitioned into segments. In particular, there are 13 possible segments, and each of the layers is sent over a subset of these segments. And finally, well, the sampling rate I mentioned is fixed. There is a configurable cyclic prefix, and the resulting bit rate per layer is per segment, sorry, is in the table. It's between 300 kilobit per second to, say, a little bit less than 2 megabits per second. That's per segment. So depending on the configuration, but it's a maximum of that number times 13. So there is a second very particular thing on ISDBT, which is the one we're going to show later, that the designers of ISDBT were very interested in handheld receivers. So I'm showing here some real ISDBT receivers. For instance, to the right there is a PlayStation Portable that includes like a I don't know, accessory which enables the PlayStation Portable to receive terrestrial television. And how this works is that this is the so-called one seg feature, and if this feature is enabled, what this does is that the central segment, only just the central segment, it's marked here with segment 0. Just that segment may be received on its own. Why? Because it is frequency and time interleaved independently of the rest. Moreover, the complete signal, even if low pass filter, is still an off-DM signal. So the receiver is mostly identical, except that it works at a lower sampling rate. And all the pilots and signaling are present on all segments. So regarding that aspect, it's really not necessary to receive the whole 6 megahertz signal in order to decode just the one seg portion. So that's it for ISDBT. Let me just talk a little bit about our implementation. This is like the complete flow graph. It's somewhat messy, so I'm going to go through some of these blocks. Let me start by the say to the left. It's the video signal, so in a way. So that part takes the BTS, that I mentioned before, and an outputs, in this case, the 3 MPEG transport streams. So if one wants to transmit a single video, so that's like a single transport stream, it's not really necessary to use this part of the flow graph, and one may simply input that single transport stream to the rest of the flow graph. So I'm going to talk about that on the conclusions too, because that's like one of the parts that's complicated as to say it in a way. Then there are some relatively standard blocks. They mostly correspond to the ones I showed before. There's the encoder, the byte interleaving, current modulation, and let me say that there are some blocks that are already part of GNU Radio, and we've reused them. Especially there are some that are part of the GRDTV module. Then we include, as I mentioned before, pilots and signaling, OFDM modulation, and normalization and transmission. So that's like the flow graph. It's once you have the idea of which blocks do what, it's relatively simple. We tried to make it correspond each of the blocks to one of the blocks on the standard, so it should be relatively easy to read the flow graph. So now let me talk about the presentation's title. So we've tested the implementation with SDR transmitting capable hardware. Particularly, we've used USRP V200s. We tested with other hardware, but we were, let me just show a little example. Since as receiver, we've used both TVs, commercial TVs, as well as others SDRs, including RTL SDR dongles, which we've set up the flow graph to receive only the 1 sec portion. So let me show you this little video. This is David. Probando. Using the pre-encoding the webcam. You can see how you can see the delay it's generated. That's due to the re-encoding of the webcam plus the whole flow graph transmission. So it has like a relatively large delay, some seconds. But we were particular that was made transmitting with a USRP V200, but we were particularly interested in using the Osmo FL2K project. So what's the Osmo FL2K? It's they're using a very cheap USB to BGA adapter as an SDR transmitter. How does it work? Well, the idea is basically the same as with Tempest. In case you don't know Tempest, let me just show you a little demo of our own GR Tempest. The idea is there is the telescopic antenna, and it's receiving the signal emitted by the BGA cable that's maybe seen over there. We are using here another USRP, a mini, and the objective of Tempest is to spy on, to receive the images on the monitor through the electromagnetic emanations from the BGA cable. So you can see there how the image is relatively clear. You can see the letters that's being typed. But in this case, in the case of Osmo FL2K, the idea is that the BGA cable the BGA is now emitting on purpose. So the project is based around the Fresco Logic FL2K chip-based adapters, which has the particularity that all samples, including blanking, are generated by the host PC. So this is like a sort of software-defined, I don't know, the analog to digital converter or something like that. So what they did is they reverse engineered the USB protocol, disabled blanking, and provide the necessary software to send arbitrary samples to the USB adapter. So as I said before, it's like now we have like a software-defined digital to analog converter. And if you take a look at the spectrum of the generated signal, it looks something like this. So we have in black the Fourier transform of the pulse, because say the converter, if it's a rectangular digital to analog converter, the Fourier transform is going to be like a sink. No? Then we have in blue the discrete time Fourier transform of the pixels sequence, which is what we're going to inject or transmit, or we are going to try to transmit. And what we actually get is the multiplication of both the blue and the black functions. So that's the emitted spectrum, that's in red. And the problem we have, and the problem that we saw when I showed the video of the GR Tempest demo, you may have noticed that the image was like very distorted, and those distortions are generated by this frequency null right here due to the form of the pulse, which maybe it's not perfectly rectangular, but it's going to be somewhat rectangular. So those nulls are going to be near, or it should be approximately a null at the pixel frequency. So how can we solve that problem? This problem of those nulls, we simply use like an intermediate frequency. That's what I'm showing to the right. it's a very simple flow graph where we take the signal and simply, instead of say generating baseband signals, we simply change it a little bit or offset it a little bit in frequency so that to avoid these nulls. And another thing I want to highlight is that note that there are harmonics every pixel frequency. So that's if you're going to transmit and you probably don't have the license to transmit at every harmonic pixel harmonic frequency. So beware of the harmonics. That's one message. So let me just show you like a little demo here. It's only a couple of minutes long. So this is the flow graph that I've shown before, where we are generating this sort of intermediate frequency signal from the SDBT original flow graph I showed before. So now we are using the software provided by the Osmo FL2K project, where we are sending those generated samples to the adapter we're showing here. Then we've connected just to work comfortably BNC adapter, BCA to BNC adapter, which is connected to an amplifier. I'm going to talk about this, or why this is necessary in just in a moment. A very simple antenna. We were interested in say testing it. So very simple setup with very cheap and simple antenna. And you can see we are receiving this HD signal on the TV. And we're going to, this should move in some seconds. There it goes. We are also receiving the 1 sec part of this 6 MHz signal on an RTL SDR dongle. And this is going to run the 1 sec reception receiver flow graph we are sharing on our repository, GitHub. And as you can see, we're also receiving the SD signal that's being transmitted on the single segment on the right in the middle that I've shown before. So this demo, we are transmitting 2 layers, an HD layer using 12 segments, and the 1 sec signal using just the central segment. So the end of the video is just to show that both signals are received at the same time by both the TV and the GNU Radio flow graph. So to conclude, to sum up, well, I just presented GRSDBT, which is a software-based free and open ISDBT transceiver. We are very happy to have successfully tested it using the Osmo FL2K as transmitter. However, there are some important things to take into account if one wants to say experiment with this project. So first, the transmitted signal is distorted by the pulse. I discussed it before, how to avoid the nulls, but the sync is not a constant. So it's going to be somewhat distorted. FDM signals are easy to equalize, but single carrier schemes, for instance, are going to be more challenging to use with this transmitter. So as some form of equalization should probably be used. Then the second thing I wanted to highlight is that since there is this sync form, only the first and maybe the second, but probably mostly the first harmonic has enough power to be usable for wideband signals. So if I didn't show that demo, but we've also implemented a just 1 sec transmission, so that the whole power of the whole, what little power it can transmit, it's focused or concentrated on one segment. In the demo I've shown, the whole power is used on the whole 6 megahertz signals. So in those cases with wideband signals, only the first harmonic is usable. Up to VHF band is like the highest frequency. In our experience, you can work with the Osmo FL2K. For instance, the demo I've shown before, it was using 177 megahertz, and it was you saw the constellation. It was relatively noisy, and even using the amplifier. So the amplifier there was used because we needed to transmit at this relatively high for the Osmo FL2K frequency, so that the TV may receive the signal and decode it. Again, I'm going to repeat it again. Be aware of the harmonics. Probably a filter. You will probably have to use a filter if you want to transmit using this Osmo FL2K. So the third caveat is that the signal has to be upsampled to the pixel rate, which is about 150 megasamples per second. This is to match the signal sample rate to the DAC, you know. So with these very high sampling rates, live transmissions say use the whole ISDB to transmit the encoding, the whole flow graph plus this upsampling. It's going to be probably too much for any computer. So except simple waveforms such as FM and FM radio, it's a live transmission. It's going to be virtually impossible. So what we did is we've recorded this upsample signal, and then we've used the software which is provided by Osmo FL2K. So for future work. So the first thing is that, as I mentioned before, ISDBT used BTS, which is like a very special type of transport stream. As far as we know, there is no open source software to generate BTSs. So if no BTS encoder is available, we were helped by one of the TV enterprises that works here in Montevideo, which generously lend us a BTS to test, but in fact several BTS to test. If that's not a possibility to have an encoder, you may either use a single carrier transmission, single layer transmission. There's a typo there, but single layer transmission, because there's no need for a BTS. Or you may send several transport streams without encoding BTS. Now, there you'll have certain TVs will receive the signal correctly. Other TVs won't. So that's what I'm saying there, that this is TV set dependent reception, because what we think it happens is that certain TV sets will try to remake the whole BTS and then decode, and other TVs will simply take the one of the transport streams and start decoding. So the simplest thing, if you want to test the transmitter, is to use a single layer transmission. So the other future work is first, the current implementation is for GNU Radio 3.7. So I should start migrating it to GNU Radio 3.8, and I will as soon as I have time. But I think that it's finally time that we integrate the whole project to GRDTV. So thank you very much for your time. I'm not sure how the questions will work in the virtual conference, but you may send me an email. There's an email here. You may contact me through Twitter, and that's my GitHub account, and there's our repository is also with GRDTV, ISDBT is also there. So go ahead, download it, and test it, and give us feedback. We're always interested in feedback. So thank you very much.
Oscar Rodriguez is here today to share his interests and experience in deep learning inference in GNU Radio with ONNX. Please welcome Oscar Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Oscar. I work at the Reds Department of HEIGBD University in Switzerland, and I will present you deep learning inference in GNU Radio with ONNX. As part of the initiative SDR Makerspace, we were looking for a solution that allows us to easily integrate deep learning inference and software-defined radio. Deep learning, it's getting more and more attention in the context of radio frequency domain. And we've seen very interesting work done with cognitive radio and optimal resource allocation. We've seen interesting work done in security with device fingerprinting, and there are many more other applications of deep learning in the radio frequency domain. And that's why we think that if we integrate deep learning at software-defined radio, we will have a platform that flexible enough that will allow us to easily test these kind of solutions for the radio frequency domain. We are also looking for an open source solution and be as flexible as possible. And that's why we have developed a GNU Radio out of the trim module that uses a standard format for deep learning model representation, and it integrates a deep learning inference engine. With the tools that we've chosen, which are ONNX and ONNX Runtime, we will have benefits as framework interoperability and hardware acceleration that we will comment further in the next slides. But we think that this provides, this checks all the boxes that we had. So we will discuss what ONNX is and why we have chosen it. ONNX stands for Open Neural Network Exchange, and it is an open format developed by Microsoft that it's built to represent machine learning models. And it's also an open standard that allows machine learning interoperability among different frameworks. Open format means that it can be used by anybody. Anybody can use the ONNX format in their own framework. Framework interoperability solves the problem that nowadays we have multiple and different and incompatible deep learning frameworks. So once you've chosen or you prefer to use, I don't know, Keras, TensorFlow, these are some of the deep learning frameworks that are widely used nowadays, you are tied to that framework. And you cannot move or choose another one if you don't in an easy way, let's say. So with ONNX, we solve that problem, which is big nowadays if you want to provide with a flexible solution. As it is widely supported by most of the frameworks used nowadays, I will say by most of the most used frameworks nowadays. It's backed by big tech companies, so I think that they have enough support. And it's active developed by Microsoft, so they implement new functionality and they support new operations and they release new versions very often. But it's not all good, and we have some cons. For example, there is some overhead of going from your preferred framework to ONNX. So you will have to adapt your model to ONNX. and that has a cost. And also operational availability, which means that not all operations are supported by ONNX, at least when they are released, and it might take some time. But that's not only the case. Maybe some custom operations are not supported, so we have a problem on operation availability. So basically, ONNX provides with a abstraction layer between our blog and the different deep learning frameworks that are out there nowadays. So we can choose, or you can choose any framework, or at least one of the frameworks supported by ONNX, and then you can design and train your model in a MATLAB, for example, and then move your model into ONNX. So you can, it can be used in our blog. It can be used also by another inference engines that support ONNX. But in this case, you can go from MATLAB to ONNX, and you can go from TensorFlow to ONNX, you can go to PyTorch to ONNX, you can go from a lot of widely used frameworks nowadays to ONNX, and then you will have a common format for your machine learning model. Here, the different colors represent the different kinds of support that they have. For example, models, frameworks in green means that they have built-in support. So they have a small overhead to convert from that format to ONNX, but other frameworks, they need to use external tools, like this is the case of TensorFlow and Keras, which are also widely used nowadays. So there is, depending on the framework that you use, there will be more work or less work, depending on the support of ONNX in that framework. And basically, what ONNX does is it defines a common set of basic operations that are used by mostly in deep learning models. So you have basic common operations that you use in order to build a full deep learning model, and then ONNX defines their own set of these kind of operations. So, for example, here in the image you can see how we have the same part of a deep learning model in TensorFlow and in ONNX. In the left, we can see that a convolutional operation in TensorFlow is translated into a convolutional operation in ONNX plus an activation function, which is in this case ReLU. So we can see that for TensorFlow, convolutional includes the activation function, but in ONNX is not included. And for example, dense layer in TensorFlow, it's equivalent to a matrix multiplication in ONNX plus an addition plus an activation function. So this is how ONNX works. It defines these basic operations that can be translated to the other operations in other frameworks. Next, we have the inference engines that we have chosen. We've chosen to use ONNX Runtime, which is a cross-platform inference accelerator for ONNX models. It was built with the idea of supporting ONNX models by default, so it has a great support. It provides interfaces in Python and C and C++, which are mainly the interfaces that we care in GNU Radio, but it also provides other interfaces. It also supports different kinds of software and hardware accelerations, like libraries for algebra computations, or maybe hardware accelerations in GPUs, in FPGAs, in different kinds of hardware. And it also provides with an extensible architecture. This means that you can extend the inference engine, you can extend the ONNX runtime to support other hardware or other software acceleration or something like that. Here we can see that, as I said, what ONNX runtime provides us is an abstraction layer between our model and how you run the model. So, for example, you have an organized model that can be run on a CPU, on a GPU. It can be run using a special library for deep neural network acceleration. It can be run in an FPGA. It can be run in an IRM CPU. So basically, it provides with an abstraction layer between the model and the inference. And here we have high-level graph of the design of the ONNX runtime. Basically, what it does is it takes the ONNX model and reads it and makes it a representation in memory as a graph, where each node is a different operation, one of the basic operations that we mentioned before in ONNX, and then it assigns those operations to different execution providers. Execution providers are an abstraction for this software and hardware accelerations. So then it reads, it takes the input data and it uses the model in that input data, and then it produces some output. And here the extensibility comes from the execution providers. It means that if you can support a new hardware platform, if you implement all the operations for ONNX in your platform, then you can include that as a new execution provider in ONNX runtime, and then you will have that platform supported by ONNX runtime inference engine. So now this is what we did. We have implemented a new radio out of the 3 module that we call GRDNN, DNN for Deep Neural Network. It's a sync module. That means that it will produce one output for each input, basically. We've chosen to use Python to develop it, using the Python interfaces of New Radio and ONNX runtime. This means that, for example, because we have a requirement by ONNX runtime to use Python 3.6 and above, I think, we have to use New Radio 3.8. We cannot use the previous version. And basically what our block does is it takes the input, and because New Radio doesn't have support for multidimensional data, it will adapt that input to the format expected by the model that you are using. Then it will feed the model with the transformed or adapted data, and it will read the output of the model and transform it back to a single dimensional format that it's written to the output port of the block. So, and it also provides with the different execution providers that are supported on an ONNX runtime environment. So you can choose to run the inference on a GPU or on a CPU or on other of the hardware acceleration providers that are supported in ONNX. So basically, to configure our GRDNN block, you have to provide with the ONNX model, of course. Then you will have to configure the batch size, which is the number of elements that will be used at once to run inference. And this is to alleviate one of the problems of moving data around, for example, between an SDR device, and if you chosen to use the GPU for inference, you will have to move that data, and it will be more efficient if you do it in chunks of elements at the same time. So this is the batch size. Then you have to define the input size of one input flattened element, and the same is for the output. The output size is the size of one single flattened output element. We will explain it later with an example. And then you can choose the device that will be used for inference among the devices supported by the ONNX runtime installation that you have. So now we have prepared a small experiment to show up the capabilities of our block. We have prepared an example for automatic modulation classification, which is, you can find that example in different places. And we are using a paper from 2017 called An Introduction to Deep Learning for the Physical Layer by Timo Shi, where he proposes to use a deep convolutional neural network model for classification. You have the architecture of the model in the original paper. Then they use simulated data generated by New Radio for training. It's also available online, so you can download it. the input of that convolutional neural network will be a vector of 128 IQ values, and the output of the model will be the probability of that input for each of the modulations used in training. There you have a list of the modulations that they used in the simulated data. Now here we have the model that they use for classification. As I said, is a general diagram of the model, and is a convolutional neural network. The convolutional neural network, basically, it has an input, and then usually it has a convolutional part, which can be understood as a feature extraction part. Then you flatten that features, and then you run a full connected part in order to make classification on the feature extracted by the convolutional part. But this is not a talk about deep learning. It is based on a model called BGG16, which is a model used for computer vision, if I'm not mistaken. This model that is used in the paper, it's relative small compared with the models that you can find in the literature nowadays, but it's complex enough. I think that it has around 350,000 parameters. And this is the flow graph of our experimental setup. Here we are using a Pluto board as an SDR source, and then we take the output of the SDR, which is a stream of IQ values, and we represent it in a waterfall sink, so we can see the data that we have and the data that we are going to feed to our model. Then we take also that output of the SDR device, and we transform it in order to adapt it to the input of the model. As I said, GNU Radio doesn't support multi-dimensional data, so if your model requires multi-dimensional data, which is the case, a vector of 128 IQ values, you have to adapt it somehow, and this is interleaving the I and Q values. And then if you interleave 128 I values and 128 Q values, you will have a vector of 256 float values, and that's the input of our model. But this will depend on how you have designed your model, and this is a step that you have to be especially careful, because the adaptation depends on how you design your model. So then, as I said, the output of the model will be the probability of belonging to one of the modulations used in the simulated data. In this case, the list was 10 different modulations. And we will use CUDA for inference. So then we will take the output of our block, and we will represent it in two ways. One is we convert it back to a stream and plot it in a time raster sink, which is kind of hard to understand. And then we will also take the output of the model and feed it to a UDP sink, so we can use external tools to represent the classification, the output of the model. Here we have the output that we will get inside GNU Radio, which is basically the waterfall with the raw data from the SDR device in the top, and in the bottom we have the time raster sink that we spoken about. Basically, to understand the time raster sink, you can find the time in the y-axis, and in the x-axis you will have the different labels used in classification. In this case, we are using 10 columns because we have 10 different modulations. So each column corresponds to one of the modulations that has been used for training. And the color in each time step in the y-axis represents the probability of belonging to that modulation. But as I said, this is kind of a messy way to represent the results of a classification. So that's why we are using an external tool, which basically what it does is it treats from the UDP socket, and then it represents the average probability of each of the modulations used on the training for one batch of elements. So here, for example, you have the mean probability on a batch size of 200 inputs of belonging to one of the modulations used in the model. So now some notes on performance. Deep learning inference is computational intensive. It's quite expensive, computationally speaking, but it mostly depends on the complexity of your model. For the model that we have used, we don't have a very good performance using the CPU. But if you tune the batch size and you use hardware acceleration, for example, with a GPU, you can obtain real-time inference. And we even hit the bottleneck of the USB communication between the SDR device and the GNU Radio. So now, in conclusion, we have implemented a GNU Radio out of the tree module that can integrate that integrates deep learning inference and SDR. It supports a standard format for a deep learning model representation, and it supports different acceleration methods, hardware and software. We have shown how you can use this module to perform deep learning inference in a real scenario for digital automatic modulation classification. And you can achieve real-time inference using our block if you have hardware acceleration available and you tune up some of the parameters. But that's not all. We would like to keep up improving the block. For example, making it more flexible for different kinds of deep learning models, because you can have a variety of deep learning architecture that are not supported now in our model. For example, you can have multiple inputs and multiple outputs. There are a whole slew of deep learning models out there. We are considering including some of the functionality that you usually require in deep learning, like preprocessing inside of our block, so we can facilitate this kind of tasks in GNU Radio. We would like to include more examples, so you can see how, for example, you can use our block for denoising or more other simple tasks like I don't know, binary classification. And also we have to keep up with the fast development pace of ONNX and ONNX runtime environment. Finally, here you have a link to our project where you can find the source code, because it's an open source and collaboration is welcome. You will find the documentation. You will find different examples, not only the one that we've shown here. And we also prepare some Docker images, so you can have an environment ready, like really easily. And now thanks for your time, and I will be glad to answer any of your questions.
Great. Thank you very much for that talk. And for all of our speakers today, Ben Hilburn will be on right after me to close up the conference a little bit better. I'm just on to make a few announcements. First of all, sorry for the short chat outage last night. Obviously, if people are back in the channel, you've discovered that things are back up. It's just a small outage overnight while things got adjusted. Workshops today have been going pretty well, and I'm very happy to say and very thankful to the workshop instructors to say that both of them are the SETI workshop is getting recorded at the moment, and all of the files and the recordings from that are going to be made available. If you are in any of the Open CPI workshops, again, please do make sure that you've read that email about preparing. The level of hands-on content that they've prepared is really inspiring and awesome, but does take a little bit of time to get your system set up for it. And that is, the Open CPI workshops are the only ones where the hands-on content is what I would call essential. I leave it up to them to really decide that, but I think you'll get a lot more out of it if you are fully set up. So please do read that email in their guide. The other thing that I wanted to shout out tonight is thanks so much to our sponsors and to the organizations that have stepped up to support us. We've been trying to highlight that in the chat and on the website, and hopefully we can repeat that message here. I know Ben, again, did on Monday morning. But 2020's been one heck of a year, and I'm really grateful to all of those organizations for putting their faith in the conference, that we'd be able to run it. And in many cases, just simply saying, we support the project. We hope the conference runs. We hope it goes well, but we're here to be supporting GNU Radio. So thank you so much to each of those organizations for doing that. Do check out their booths. There's people hanging out there. We're having a good time talking, but they're there answering great questions and having good technical discussions. So please do join them there. All of them are linked from the GRCon community within chat. And also you can check out listings on the website. Information on the workshops tomorrow will be getting emailed out. Hopefully you've received some of that already, but I know just looking at my list here, the NS3 workshop, for instance, and the phased array beamforming, both of those filled up. But just based on the no-shows that we've had, we will be letting some people in off the wait list. So do check your emails. Finally, before I hand it over to Ben, there's actually going to be a social. NI has arranged a just an open social. Check out their page on the main website. That's GNUradio.org/GRCon20/NI. And you can find the info there or in their chat channel on the Matrix server. So thanks very much. I'll hand it over to Ben, and it has been fantastic so far, the first 3 days, having so many people joining the conference.
Great. Hello. Thanks, Derek. So actually, Derek, I think you did a fantastic job closing the day. The only thank you that I'm going to add to what Derek said about our sponsors and all of our speakers is to thank the organizers, including Derek, for actually making this possible. Again, this takes the full year to put together. And the team is constantly working throughout the year. And then this week, especially, the team is never not on, right? And so for anyone who's had issues and has gotten a quick response or resolution to a problem that they've had, that's because they're working extremely hard to make this possible. So thank you to all of the organizers, especially Michelle, Derek, and Sam, and then Cindy for, of course, facilitating a virtual conference. So that brings us to a close for Wednesday's program. Now this is the end of the talk live stream, the talk program. There is still the Open CPI workshop starting at 4 o'clock. So that workshop is still on. This is just the end of the talk program for the day. And we will kick off tomorrow morning with a talk I'm really excited to see from JMF. So look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And of course, stick around and chat, ask questions, and look forward to seeing you there. And see you tomorrow. Thanks.